Hello everyone, welcome back to Ace Attorney. Soph and I are here doing Ace Attorney again tonight. Sorry for the delay on starting tonight. I personally had some technical difficulties. But we're gonna get into it, and I'll probably be a little low-key, but we'll see. Sometimes I get into a stream and I start feeling much better, to where it's just like I'm running on the adrenaline, I bet. But last time we left off, we were partial way through the trial. I think we just started into it, and it was the Nickel Samurai one. So, oh dear, yes, we're back. I'm sorry, so.
Why did we?
I think it's because we just hit, like, it was almost either 11 or midnight last week, and so we just needed to call a stopping point, and there wasn't really a stopping point. So
okay.
we stopped right. I decided that we'd stop right before the testimony. I believe that's what it was, at least.
That sounds right. On guard! On guard! Yes, now I remember. That'd be like old Crypt Keeper, not Mike Wazowski. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Actually, that sounds really inconvenient.
Yeah.
He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Wall.
And potentially get blood on his costume right before he goes on stage? That's definitely plausible, Bag. Most certainly. I knew it.
He's an idiot.
I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume?
This is the same excuse you used last time you were on the stand, old Bag.
Don't be a bad little boy, thinking such rude things.
But the possibility does exist.
Ah, youngins today. I told you, there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. And what I say is the truth.
Uh-huh. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago.
That's right. You may cross-examine the witness.
Ooh, I saw. Okay. Let's go down the line here. What is my buttons? Q. Q! Press. Would you please get on with your testimony?
What's your language, young man? What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything.
Uh-huh.
More old bag time.
Yep, more old bag time. Hi, Alan. Welcome in.
You keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs.
Oh, please don't. What?
Me. I don't know what theme this is supposed to be too, but a striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's a Nickel Samurai.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for the hydrate, Alan. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears.
Miss Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket?
Oh my gosh, I forgot Edgeworth is here. I'm excited.
Back from the dead.
Back from the dead. If there is one thing about me, I am filled to the brim with fun facts. Whether they are useful to you or not depends on you. Whenever I'm in better condition, I am also full of fun facts. And Soph is too. We've got a whole gang of fun factors here.
I had a manager who told me years ago that I'd be good at trivia nights, but ironically, I've never been invited to a trivia night.
I used to watch Jeopardy a lot as a kid. That was like every day I'd watch, and so I'm just filled with random bullshit. Or I'll
Strangely enough, I hated Trivial Pursuit.
I've never played Trivial Pursuit, so I don't know. I can't say on that one. But I think Jeopardy was a spark of just having random knowledge, and now I feel compelled when I find something vaguely interesting to look it up and learn about it, because what if it's useful one day? And I'm like, I tell myself later, I'm like, it's never going to be useful. And then like 10 years down the road, there'll be one conversation where it's a fun fact and I'm like, ah, it was finally useful.
Yeah. I remember reading one 7 years ago.
Yeah. I looked this up a long time ago. How do you know that? I don't know. I just see things and remember things. Next time someone tells you that you're lazy, tell them why I didn't do anything. No, that's a good comeback there. That is a good comeback. Rarely do people ever call me lazy. If anything, though, people call me a busybody at work.
Goodness, we'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Your snack.
Oh my gosh.
Okay! You promised, right?
Oh my lord.
I don't think it's how that math works.
It's 7:60. I've got 40 more minutes of sleep. I wish that's how it works.
I wish I could get up at 7 or 8. I got up at 6.
Yeah, I get up about 6:15.
Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date.
Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth. Old chum.
Edgeworth, you make a lot more money. You can afford gum.
He doesn't want to take responsibility for it. Even if he can write it off, he doesn't want to take responsibility for it. You saw the Nickel Samurai. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not?
Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What do you want to be when you grow up, whippersnapper?
I wanted to become an artist. Are you wearing a tank top and shorts like you did the last time? Yeah, fuck yeah I am. I think the high was like 108 today or something.
It's like 80 here.
Oh man. It got
I'm
off.
probably not gonna miss that.
And that's the one thing I'm not gonna. I like. Okay, when my body was in better condition and I didn't have overheating problems, I loved the summer. Even if it's hot outside, I love the summer. Now I can't. It's detrimental to my health. So yeah, high was 109 today, and that was just the like real, not the real feel. That was the like, just the high temperature in itself. The heat index was at least 3 or 4 degrees hotter than that. So it was a very warm day today. Guessed it right again, indeed. I'm probably going to be wearing tank top and shorts for the remainder of the summer, my dude. It's too hot here for that. My dream, huh? Well, oh my lord, that was so loud! Thank you for the celebrate. Oh, I was not expecting that. Oh man. Well, I wanted to be a Judge Wagner, hero of the public courts. So what? Really now, Phoenix?
I think that's gotta be a TV reference. But
Probably.
I can't remember offhand. I've got like a loose thread on it.
Hmm.
See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Or are you?
Well...
What I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that?
The court, whenever you're testifying.
And now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. We're here to hold somebody responsible specifically for the past.
Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? Since it became Fontaine.
That's not to say.
that was such a good line there. Oh, that's great.
What, the one you said?
Well, no, just the line in general, like the relevance of Phoenix's line.
Oh.
The relevance of Phoenix's line in regards to Fontaine having just come out.
All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough?
We don't know that though. Oh, I got an achievement? Judge Wagner? I was like, what is that noise? I was like, Soph, did you just play a noise in Discord? And I'm like, no, I don't think so. I've never heard that one before. I apparently got an achievement for witnessing Judge Wagner or something. Old Bag has so many jobs. I'm surprised there's a job she didn't take. I don't know. She's worried about the now, not the past, so... It would have been convenient for him to wear a costume. No, it wouldn't. And why would that be?
That way no one can see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage to him that I can see. And in fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out a lot more. And be unwieldy.
And be covered in blood.
And be covered in blood.
You are such a annoying child. Speak right, old lady. You know that. You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it's more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. Apparently there was an old show called People's Court, and there was a Judge Wagner on it.
I see.
And this was Judge Wagner of the Public's Court. So,
Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
And that includes the Jammin' Ninja?
Of course it included him. That's why when On Guard came out of the Yuan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. Except for the fact that he was covered in blood and had a butt in his pocket. Where is she?
Be careful, old bag. She's packing heat. Yeah, that.
That's right.
Real scary.
Well, anyway.
You 7 for 1. Really now. Really now. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai?
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need me to think. You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is, what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Oops. What do we have in our evidence? Oh no, we gotta figure this out. Oh, I've forgotten all the evidence we have. Covered in blood.
I forgot there was a button and thought it was an egg.
There's a bloody egg!
Wouldn't be the weirdest thing.
No, it would not be the weirdest thing. It would honestly be on brand for Ace Attorney. Photo, the murder scene. Surprisingly, it doesn't have that much blood, though. Let's see. Andrew's fingerprints. Empty, some water. Kurita's fingerprints. You saw the Nickel Samurai. After the post-ceremony stage show. Okay, what is contradictory here? On guard now, I remember. Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was a Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Mia, where's the contradiction? Mia. Mia. Obviously, you're the Ace Attorney, Phoenix. You should know this. Mia, I don't. Mia, please. Glances across the way. Edgeworth. Edgeworth does not avoids eye contact. Edgeworth, please. I don't think those are gonna be related. Oh my gosh, I see your I see your badge, so I see your shiny attorney's badge. It's okay. Article from tabloids. Empty, but there's some water. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears courageous fingerprints. Wine glass. Found next to the victim and filled with tomato juice. Bears Andrew's fingerprints. Let's see here. Phoenix. Here's my evidence. Pulls out a Glock. I've had enough! I've had enough of you weirdos harassing me! Strangled with a scarf and stabbed with a knife. 8:15. Where is the contradiction? I don't want to have to pull out.
I'm gonna have to pull out.
No, I didn't finish my sentence. I want to pull out the walkthrough. I'm pulling up the walkthrough right now because I don't want to be miserable. I'm already hanging on by a thread tonight. I'm not gonna let old bag harass me. Gumshoe's testimony. We're past Gumshoe. Old bag. Where are we? Secret information. Let's see. Thank you for the pats. Assume it. He was wearing. Put the gym in his button. We already did that last time. Was this who I saw? I think this was who I saw. Press on the second statement gets you an achievement in newer versions. I did. I get the achievement. What was it? The Judge Wagner. On the fifth statement, so he must have worn present the knife. Okay, we will present the knife then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he must have worn that samurai. There's some more. Here's some more to cheer you on. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm not gonna let old bag push me around. I don't have the energy to put up with old bag tonight. Please take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. I'm immune to knives.
No, that's not my intention at all.
That's knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Oh. I see.
Is that what you're driving at?
That is exactly what I'm driving at.
What are we driving at? Whose car are we driving?
Edgeworth, he's got... It's Edgeworth. He's got a nice fancy red sports car. If Mr. Armgard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints of on this knife right off.
Oh, that's right. Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
Now why would he do that? And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that.
However, there's one possibility.
Then let's hear your possibility.
Very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as a nickel samurai knife. At that time, the defendant held no intent of murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. The murder still did take place. It's well known that there were bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I've heard that before. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
So let me get this straight. So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? Probably.
A knife?
The knife?
It came from the other room.
It did come from the other room. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
What are you babbling about?
I'm speaking, not babbling. You're the ones tripping over your words. Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. On Guard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. The knife! This knife. This was used by Mr. On Guard at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he?
It's my talking knife.
It's my talking knife. Why is it your talking knife? Because it gets you to talk. Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from oh my gosh. Supposition?
Yep.
Supposition from Supposition 1! Can you imagine Edgeworth using a rapier if it's his character? I don't know. For whatever reason, I feel like I remember Edgeworth not being in shape. So, like, it might look nice with him, but I don't think he'd be able to use it very well.
They're not heavy, to be fair.
That's true, but having, like, the grace, I don't think he has the grace to be able to, like, use it. Like, he could use it, but it wouldn't be, like, the aesthetic that Alan's being like, ooh, look at this aesthetic. He could wear it at his side, hold it in his hand. It'd be look cool, but we don't need to give him a weapon. We know what happened last time someone in the prosecution seat had a weapon. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the... if the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints should have been all over it, shouldn't have been all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. He literally bows in every case season. What do you mean he doesn't have grace? It's one thing to have grace in that aspect. It's another thing to physically be able to move your body, like, in a way that is graceful. He may have the poise, but it doesn't mean that whenever he is stepping and moving and shifting his weight, he also has that poise.
He has charisma stat. He does
Yes.
not have dexterity stat.
There we go. And the way I just think of it, it's like with like dance and stuff like that I did. I have the physical poise, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm the most graceful.
Dang. Order! Order that way! Order in the court! This knife really planted by the killer. Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame Matt On Guard! It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course.
On guard.
On Guard.
Frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
We just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife!
Witness! Looks like I made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Jeepoo? Edward, stop making unpronounceable noises. Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but he was actually wearing the steel samurai costume.
Well, that's besides the point. Don't get Will Powers wrapped up into this. Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the nickel samurai? His character on TV?
But, I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around. I wasn't waiting around for Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai? Alright then. Who were you waiting for? Sorry, waiting around for then?
Put it to your face.
It's top secret to anyone outside of security. Hey, feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Watton Karita. I correct, witness? I feel like Phoenix should know that too.
Sometimes, you know how Phoenix plays dumb sometimes. Okay, sometimes he really is being dumb. Sometimes he just plays dumb just to get the witness to say something, you know?
Yeah. The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? I'm an amateur.
Amateur. Yeah. So, Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room? But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Karita. Maybe. Phoenix. Maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Who were we hinting at if it wasn't Mr. Karita?
Anders?
Miss Oldbag? You were waiting around for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Oh, because of this, wasn't it? The gossip that was going around.
He was going to kill Anders.
Here. I can't make a save.
Really, Celeste and Bax.
Yep. Most certainly it was Celeste. Definitely deceased. Came back from the dead. Like Edgeworth.
Yeah. Who's this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation. Oh, this is... Well, this is... I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing.
This manager with the initials AA. Who's saying it's... Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. Hey, she. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you youngins.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old.
11 at best.
Yeah. Excuse you, I'm 10 and a half. Seek your information.
That Angard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? In this entire courtroom.
Yep. The whole peanut gallery.
The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court. Wait. Nobody's above gossip. Isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth of this article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. Should this be true, then this proves the defendant did bear ill will toward the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right. Angard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Oh my gosh.
Phoenix, are you okay?
Are you alright? Okay. Evil man, he thought he could ruin poor Juan by a huge scandal, so to do that he sent his own manager to get close with Juan. I think that's the thing we probably have to touch on, because we talked to Adrian about this, and Adrian's like, no, I did not do that. And then we learned that it was because of Celeste.
Yeah.
But do we have anything that could refute that?
Tomato juice.
Hmm?
Tomato juice.
Oh, yeah, definitely tomato juice. It does have Adrian Andrews' fingerprints.
Oh.
He sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. Oh no, oh gosh, it's giving me a heart attack. Don't double click. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action and stop secret. Nobody else but you and me know yet. Okay. I'm just gonna press through all of it and hope that something comes up. I'm not sure exactly what to present. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss AA.
But the name of the magazine this came from is blah 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 blah.
That's an interesting name.
Yeah, right? It's they're definitely avant-garde. But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossipland.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? Suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, son, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. I don't believe either of them. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Ray.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that?
Anyway, On guard will never get me to say touche.
You just said it though.
That means touchy in French.
Yes. A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? Not about scandals.
No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Well, that on-guard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity.
To do that, he sent his own man to get close with one. Oh, really now? You don't have any proof that Mr. On Guard did such a thing.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
I understand that, though. Sometimes I do shut down when I'm in shock. You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
Alright then, Sonny. Show me what you got. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan?
Declined offer. This knife that was found in him. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will towards one? I don't know. I don't know what would be presented. Show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will towards one. Photo, Karita's murder scene. Celeste, Adrian, 1. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will towards one?
A turn badge.
Yeah, obviously. Oh my gosh, there's a motorcycle outside. It's so loud. I hope he turns it off. Let's see. I'm just, we'll save. We'll make a save since we can. And then we'll be confident. I'm not gonna let you push me around that easily.
There's many a man who've said those exact words and paid dearly for them.
Well, maybe you should brace yourself this time. Here's my proof that Mr. On Guard did not hold any ill will towards the victim. Oh, great. Okay, there was no hints there. The knife! the bloody button in his hakama.
You kept it as a keepsake.
As a keepsake because he admired him so much. Shingle the scarf. Crime photo. There is my proof that Mr. On Guard did not hold any ill will towards the victim.
What was the photo?
This one?
Yeah.
It's just the nickel samurai.
Oh. Huh. Trying to figure out if there's like a weird nod to
Yeah.
Juan in there, but no.
Superstar and ultra hot mega secret love scandal. Reliable sources say that one Karita has been getting in close to the mysterious yet beautiful manager of the stars, Miss A. Not useful. Tar case. This is proof.
Everything.
Obviously, Mr. On Guard did not hold any ill will towards the victim. I don't know where it's supposed to be. Oh, here, give me just a sec. My dog is barking. I have to shut him up. I'll be right back.
We'll get it.
Okay, sorry about that. Now, what do we present? What do we present? What means Mr. On Guard had no ill will? Not quite sure. Hmm?
I wonder if we jumped the gun.
Maybe. I'm not quite sure though. I don't know. Maybe we get another moment pressing another thing with old bag, but I don't know what we necessarily get from those other things. That seem to be the most, I guess, lucrative path to take. But I don't know. Here's my proof that Mr. On Guard did not hold any ill will towards the victim. Are we? This could be out of left field, but sometimes Ace Attorney is. Could the press conference have been that Mr. On Guard was going to be like, hey, it's all water under the bridge, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we're supposed to make that leap of logic. It feels like a far leap, to be honest.
He's gonna confess his love to Juan.
Oh. Too bad Juan died.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens.
I hate it before I confess my love to someone, they die.
Not again.
Not again.
I had a nickel every time.
If I had a nickel every time. Oh man. I don't know, that's the only thing I've come up with that seems somewhat plausible, but I'm not sure. Why are you scratching my chair? Come just sit in my lap, bud. There you go. Just settle and take a nap. Take a nap, little doggy. I don't know, worst case scenario, it's not the... Oops. It's not this. And we reload. No, it's not.
Is that it? You can take it from here, Edgy Poo. What are you heading over to me for? So you can give that jagged-headed baboon boy a message from me, please. Tell him that no matter what he does, the only thing he's good at is failing. What she said, right? Or should I say, baboon boy? Yes, I agree. This isn't much of a piece of evidence, baboon boy.
Thanks. Did I just gain a new nickname here?
And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You just give me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Oh, joy. Me and my big mouth. Huh?
She does that anyway.
She does it, that's true.
That's why the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway.
Since I'm managing getting close to one. Here, just oops. No, it's only one piece of health, but I don't know where to go from there. Decline. I don't have anything to offer.
Be just as I thought. You were lecturing me about
silly boy. Me and my big mouth. So, what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need. You're going to teach her a good lesson? I was going to stab her with a steak knife.
It was Old Peg all along.
I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. Oh, stop. It was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night.
This is top secret. Wait.
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows yet? If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill the hole into my brain, you'll never find out. That's true.
That is true. How in the world did that old bag get such a... Oh, blah, blah, blah. How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? Tell me. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today.
Poo, what are you doing? Help me. What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me. You'll get a reward. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it's spontaneously made up inside the witness's head.
And he lectures me on reckless blabbering?
As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
Where did old bag get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. I think I know what it might be, because Lotta had that tabloid article about the victim was in this case. And I didn't say it on here, but didn't she say she had like a thing written up already, and it was in her bag, and then she lost her bag? Also, hi Quacky! Yeah. Welcome in. It's worth a shot to try this one. Top secret. Press. Thank you for the honk, Soph. Thank you for the honk?
Thank you?
Thank you. Thank you for the honk? Evidence. How in the world do you say such a secret piece of information? How? Information? So no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that.
Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? Present! Take that! The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart.
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing?
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
No, I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Ah! That's it! That's the note!
Ah!
He's pulling a Phoenix Wright, you know, the bluffing strategy.
Yeah. Ah, no! You see, this is something completely different. It's my top secret list of groceries to buy. Huh. And you're the one who took Miss Hart's note? I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with an evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. Duck, you say? I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. About the camera. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, there's only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once.
She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Pile on more pressure. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness. You said the only thing you stole was a note. Is this correct? You hold me in contempt of court. What? What also? What have I done?
Can't tell if this is a setup for a joke.
I know, I feel like this is a setup for him to be like, you're holding contempt of court for lying about how cute you are or something like that. That feels like what's on brand for him.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it feels like. Something like that.
It's a stall. Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, damn it! And I can prove it!
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Shows the camera again. Dang, it's getting crazy. What the heck? Yeah! You get voice acting with it too, and it just like builds the energy, right?
Mike Wazowski.
Hey, it does build the mood though.
My activation phrase for old bag.
I get into it too whenever I'm in the moment. Like, I'm able. Sometimes, like, I have to think about how I want to inflect certain words and stuff. But whenever it's like just the heat's coming, I'm like, oh yeah, just get into it. Just get into it.
It's kind of easier with games like this.
Yeah. Well, they're
like,
over the top.
Final Fantasy, I'm like, alright, I want to try to emulate how the voice actor would do this character.
Yeah.
But Ace Attorney is like, no, it's just me.
Yeah. Just go for it. Plus, like, they don't have voices till later on, I don't think. So, well, aside from like the objection, take that moments, everything else is just.
I mean, I'm not gonna do Manfred von Karma's objection.
Oh my gosh, that is throat wrenching. Yeah, it's awful.
So talking like that all the, it's not even that it would, like, I could probably pull it off. It would just be hard to enunciate in a way that you would understand.
Yeah, totally. You get to it's so gravelly that it's like, is that words anymore?
The prosecution would like to present the case.
Oh my gosh. The judge's like, do you know what the prosecution's saying? I agree with him.
I think that he's trying to sing metal?
You go for it, dude. Gotta do some paperwork social lurk. All right, enjoy your lurk. It's almost, you know, we have hit the hour now, so I'm gonna go ahead and run the ad break because it's gonna cut us off here in just a second. So we will be right back. Alright. Ad break is over. We've got an hour. I think we're gonna do the camera, because I think she steals the camera. Miss Old Bag. That note was like blah, 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 energy. That note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me.
Wait. Witness! What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too.
Good. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people.
Borrow.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
Is it?
It should also be your business to not steal things.
Yeah. Well, she's borrowing them though. She's borrowing them without
Okay.
permission.
Bailiff! Kick her ass! Check this camera's photos. Hurry! Must examine them at once. Except photo number 2 was deleted by old bag again.
Gosh damn it.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. How does he get final say on that? This is... He's a nickel samurai. Wearing gloves.
And without his face
See?
showing.
Yeah. See, I told you. That's the guy I saw. It proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter.
Lotta's photo added to the court record.
What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, the strong guard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his nickel samurai costume. If that's the case, then this nickel samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Except for the guitar case. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
No. If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. Oh, you went out. Okay. Be free, little doggy. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took. There's... I want to say something
Is it in the
strange.
court record? And can we flip it over?
Yes, we can.
No.
But we can't flip it. We can look at it, but we can't flip it. No blue badgers on the back. As far as I know, at least. I hope there's not a blue badger on the back. That would be a nightmare.
Is more thinking that we don't know what time it was taken.
Mm-hmm. Does his pants always sag? No, they don't. There is something strange with it. This man has saggy pants. There's something strange with it. Right, and there was a comment. I forgot who made it, but someone in our group, whenever we were just there for the event, made a comment that I think the Nickel Samurai looked a little smaller than usual or something. There's something strange with this photo.
I knew this was coming, right?
As it does.
Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo.
No, listen, hear me out, Edward. Quit cutting me off.
There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster. Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Yes.
Anyway. Please look at the photo one more time.
Do you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo? And you should only need one chance, correct?
Well... I had to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. I'm saving now. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
The pants, I think.
He ain't got no feet.
He don't got feet. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here.
What are you pointing to? His ankles?
Exactly, you can't see them. Huh?
I got nervous.
If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing, and scandalous. However, you can't.
And? What does that mean?
The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard.
What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate. Actual facts, that is.
Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama.
His socks. You can see his socks. You can't show socks on Twitch.
Exactly. But, TOS aside, however in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is it? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? The person in this photo is not mad on guard. And everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this.
What?
Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume is not mad on guard. Then who is it? In that case, who is this a photo of? Because again, in order to prove someone's innocence, you have to find the real murderer.
Yep, for sure. Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edward's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? They're short. It's gotta be pearls.
Oh no, Pearls! What have you done? I think it's Adrian.
Probably.
Because she didn't want to get seen going into his room, I bet. That's my guess, at least. I can't say, but I feel pretty confident in this.
Adrian Andrews?
If you want to know who that nickel samurai is, it's none other than this woman.
And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Engarde's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engarde that night.
And how does that all add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engarde's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon? Why don't you just say what it is you want, right?
I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Carita. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Last time you tried to do that as a man in a wheelchair and everyone hated you.
Yeah.
Order! 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 It looks like this trial has had a most unexpected development. How do these get you off guard at this point? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. The verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Alright. This is it. This is kinda bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Ah! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya...
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Excuse me?
Now then.
Please, Your Honor. Continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not... I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue today's trial. I brought Adrian Andrews with me. but I cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
I have 5 witnesses ready in the wings for you.
2 of which aren't even related to this case. And what do you mean by that? Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all. Happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
Oh, what?
Not me.
Nani?
Where's bringing your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. I brought her with me today. She's the next witness.
Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over.
Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. I gotta get in my dodgeball. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth.
Has been a while, hasn't it, Judge?
The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Important thing is Miss Oldbag goes away.
Amazing. Now it's time for Michi to voice another character.
Amazing goo.
Amazing! I'm trying to remember, how did I voice Adrian? I think I made her higher, didn't I? Like, mid-high, but kind of
Kinda?
stern?
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Oh, this guy. Dude! I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews.
She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her.
It's after the ceremony. During the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time.
And she stripped you down! Ah. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama.
Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying that it really was her?
Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida.
But why? I thought she was buds with Juan.
She has her own agenda.
But her own agenda? What are you talking about?
I'm sure you'll see by this time. I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day.
Give me a verdict that's refreshing like spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of the murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts? It was Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, Court Number 3.
Well, we'll now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edwards, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation?
I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Angard.
She. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what you mean. I have never even heard of Gossip Land.
If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware... I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
It was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him.
No one is accusing you of that. Except for Phoenix.
Except for Phoenix. I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the same exact scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
Oh, you didn't drink it? You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing.
And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So, you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you leap on your offense, the instant this trial's over. Understand?
Over defense.
Sometimes the best defense is offense.
True.
And what was Mr. On Guard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini-performance as the Snakele Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. On Guard to say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? What are you?
Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Onguard's knife from his room?
No.
Yeah. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? Witness may continue.
Thanks for bullying me, Edgeworth. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, one was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Tell me more. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
Dead body. Tell me more. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. You can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. What's that supposed to mean?
Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not, Edgeworth.
Was she? Judgmental mode of it anyway.
This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the car case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then, what did you do next, witness?
He poured himself a glass of juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. I didn't think Juan was going to use it anymore. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Creta, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Adrian?
It is a big deal.
What?
It is a big deal.
It is a big deal. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I.
I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
The flower vase? You talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? That don't feel right. There's missing glass shards.
Here, sorry, give me just a second here. I need to respond to a text here real quick, sorry.
Look at it.
Okay, cool, sorry. Sorry about that. Did you say this line?
Yeah.
Okay. It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Wrong. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. He's had this and anything else you have to reveal in your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else.
Nothing ever believes you, and neither do I!
I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case.
I don't know if you just presented it there. Because it was reportedly open,
Mm-hmm.
which should have water inside of it.
Mm-hmm. That was my line of thinking, too. You testify that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell into the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's
Yes.
not some problem. It's a major problem. It's
Told you. Guitar case is the key to it all.
Exactly. Man, we should have trusted Soph's intuition earlier. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. I did not mean to press that. Look at the guitar case
Also,
again,
my
Miss
brain
Andrews.
smash.
However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the oh my gosh. You testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there is no other strange thing. There is one actually other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor.
What's wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside of the case.
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But it's no matter with the guitar case, it's a dead end.
Oh, you don't understand, Edgeworth. So said that this was the big turning point here. So this is a turning point. This is not a dead end.
My red guitar was found at the studio. There's no bearing on this case at all.
That may be very well. However, the empty guitar case just seemed to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
Seems there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. You fool. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Absolutely. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
Yeah! I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you.
It is me. I can't believe I'm doing this either. I feel like there's a blue cat hovering over my shoulder making me do this.
Plot twist, I was the suit all along. Alright, yeah, I'll follow along. But now, Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over? It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
But your fingerprints weren't on it.
Yeah, it was ones.
Looks like this really wasn't very on point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man.
Don't call me out, Edgeworth!
Where did you go on your sabbatical?
You're much sassier than I remember, Edgeworth. My gosh. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me. Good. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes. Well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Karita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
As As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed.
Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. It's not a big deal though, right? Case was empty after all. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? A little professionalism.
Sorry.
The guitar was found at the studio. These trials will be over in half the time if you just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry. I don't even know. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but... she's at her weakest now, so... this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with... I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Like a knife. What do we have in our court record, then?
I do wonder if it's just the guitar case again.
Because it says Corita's fingerprints?
Yeah.
With these, I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the base over. I'm saving? Oops. Corita's fingerprints. Oh, no music. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear Watson. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left fingerprints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? Why are you wearing gloves at that time?
It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
You fool!
You fool. I'm in, Tomo. But knock on the door.
She's walked right into my trap. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
That's strange.
Weird as fuck.
You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
Well, she took them off to pour the tomato juice and then put them back on to open the guitar case.
You touched this with your fingers. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Man, I wish I had... her glasses just shattered and she had another spare at the ready. I wish I could do that. When I break my glasses.
Order! Order! Order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here.
Yeah, buddy.
But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar... The bright red guitar was at the studio.
And there's more than a camera in the camera case.
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean... It was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided...
No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
You're so sure, right? But I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us to why the guitar case has anything to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well... Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
Bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest... God.
A bright black guitar, man.
So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, right?
I wouldn't say
Everyone
something...
knows the only thing you can store in a guitar case is a guitar.
Obviously. Nothing else fits in there. It's guitar-shaped.
Right.
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Just like that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder?
Oh dear.
I know what my money's on.
The camera? No. Old bad head get the camera.
Suicide note.
Oh.
Because I think that's what she was looking for, so... I just don't know
How to work it in, yeah. I can't save either. It's fine. It's only one bar.
It was a photo of the crime scene.
That is about to happen! What was inside the case at the time of the murder? I guess this would be the best bet.
God, dude.
Thanks.
Why would something like that be inside the guitar case, let alone this one? Why, Mr. Wright? Why?
Well, I just thought it might have been possible.
I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be? Gosh, never bring it out again.
Let's save here then. Just so we don't keep dying. It'd be good not to keep dying. Can a foolishly foolish fool get some love?
You still think you can prove your theory? Can you prove that the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder?
I wouldn't say something that I didn't intend to prove. And we go back in the circle again here.
Yep.
Did you miss anything? Well, the guitar case is the pivotal point here.
Yep.
Soph predicted it. I don't think you missed too much other than that, though. What would be inside the case at the time of the murder? Lada's photo, taken right side there. Guitar case. What would have been in his case, man? Obviously my attorney's badge.
Grounds.
I don't know what would be in there. Inside the case is another case. And this
Russian nesting cases.
Russian nesting cases. And at the very end, inside the case, inside the case, inside the case, inside the case, there's a case file.
Case file, the mysterious missing bright black guitar.
Yep. What would be inside the case, man? He couldn't have had that. Because that was from Lana. He couldn't have had that because that was embedded into his heart. Or not his heart, but into his chest. He couldn't have had that because he was not dead yet. He could have had that. It's not the suicide report. He couldn't have had the button. Crime scene photo he could not have had. Couldn't have had the glass of wine. Or wine glass. The guitar case was not inside the guitar case. Hotel guide map I don't think is important. Maybe the magazine clipping, but I don't know why he would have that in the case. Can have been the camera, because Old Bag had the camera. Radio transceiver, that's ours though. Unless there's another radio transceiver, which feels like it's out of left field. I don't know why he would have a press conference ticket. I don't know why he would have a picture of the Nickel Samurai.
The killer had been in contact with somebody else because there was a card that Maya used to escape that matches the card that Andrews
has, yeah. That's
but
true.
that doesn't mean that the transceiver has anything to do with this current situation.
Try one of the profiles. I don't think there was a body in there, man.
His purse.
Damn. Dang.
Unless it is Genshin Impact. Because of the suicide note thing. And
Maybe?
It's like,
Weird, it's not her body so much as just like information about her, even though we tried to go about that in that way.
it's not how the game wanted you to do it. No.
I'm sorry, what?
It's not how the game wanted you to do it.
Yeah, I know. The game is very particular. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? The body of Celeste Impacts. Let's just try it. Nope. It couldn't have been Maya either, because she got snagged after the murder. I don't know if she really would be able to fit into a guitar case. When you left stream, did you look up the picture of Mia? You know the one? Oh, I didn't look it up. I just took your word for it. I'm gonna try Adrian's. Nope. Oh, dang. Throwing stuff at me. They're throwing stuff at me, Alan. Oh, why am I
Old Bag
with
was
this?
in there spying on Juan.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. She just seemed like a stalker fan.
That's literally what she was doing.
Yeah. Now let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? I'm all out of ideas.
It was me.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm going to look it up. Cross-examination. guitar case. That's strange. After... Oh my gosh. Oh my god. It's kind of stupid.
This is a photograph.
Yes, but what is important is what is in the picture, Your Honor.
In this picture.
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is...
They're secret lovers.
Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume.
What? What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What an insane point would there be to doing something like that?
That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she can make her escape. After all...
What else would you put on a costume?
Hmm?
Why else would you put on a costume?
I suppose so. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews?
I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just at the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo?
The whole reason we decided to bring Adrian Andrews in here in the beginning.
Yeah. Order! Order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
Yeah. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait a second, Your Honor! The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Master Matt on guards'. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? They were lovers. And inside the guitar case, of all places. True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
It was stripped and stolen off of Mr. Ongaren's body. I guess.
would assume it had to be a spare.
I guess so. Mr. Ongard did not take off his costume during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one.
What? And are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewaters Hotel?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the German ninja.
Oh, well, the press conference, Matt didn't know anything about it. And they said it was going to be the not Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai would be the one running it, not Matt on guard, the Nickel Samurai. Maybe it was a ploy. Maybe he wanted to do something.
What if we had the actors backward the entire time? Somehow. Juan Kurita was the Nickel Samurai all along.
I don't know. Things are crossing over. Okay, it's been about 2 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the ad break here real quick, because there's not really a good stopping point. We're kind of in the heat of it. So we will be right back. Hang tight. Okay. Back into it. You want to start with this line again?
The victim, Mr. Greedo, was the German ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? Could be the reason behind such a peculiar act.
And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... a press conference. I think. I can't say, but it's only one health, so... I think it was his press conference! I think it was! We talked about this just a minute ago.
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
Press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something to this conference.
I heard about this as well. For once you're not making something up, right?
Edward, stop. Stop. Leave me alone. What struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how could that be?
The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
You were gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? Why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet, though. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference.
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt on guard.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure. Miss Andrews?
I can see why you're pros at what you do.
Pardon me? Who are you calling pro?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him. This was also me.
You?
Juan had bet everything on that Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
He's going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What?
Do you know what the secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
His name's not Matt. It's Chris. It's ruined. Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
That is his real name.
Protect Mr. On Guard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Why are you so fucking weird?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. You don't need to bully me into it. I was born this way, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I had to put my weight onto this and turn her logic upside down. Why did you have a feeling Matt was the murderer? Why would you say that your intuitions... Why? Oh my gosh, that was... I definitely said words that were like right there. For sure. For certain. Oh my gosh, I can't read. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Ugh. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and, finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school. At least not from what I remember.
Not in art school.
May I continue now? Oops. Why did he have to kill Matt, or why did he have to kill Juan no matter what? So, would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event in that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could choose the most he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt on Guard.
And you knew this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes. Because I was the one... Oh, sorry, I'm already yawning. Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared... Wait a second! If you set the conference and prepared the costume, then... Why are you protecting him? If you believe he was the murderer, why are you protecting him if you willingly helped out his enemy to out him?
Also, On Guard claimed he didn't know anything about the conference.
Yeah, he also didn't know anything about the conference.
So he wouldn't have had reason to want to go kill Wand at that moment?
Yeah, beforehand. There's contradictions here. I'm glad I'm seeing them at least versus being like, what do I do?
Well, then it gets down to also what do you present in order to find the part.
To find it, yep. Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove that I'm right. Has Mr. On Guard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Carita with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. On Guard, yet you still helped out.
person on trial right now is Mr. On Guard, right? What the witness was thinking, the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself? But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. On Guard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover Mr. On Guard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy sitting up the stage at the time.
Keep trying, but I can find no cause that Miss Andrews says. I can't say the same for some people here in the courtroom, however.
Damn. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy.
I'll have you know I'm not smart.
I might have passed the bar, but I'm certainly a dumbass.
I hit my head in the process.
Ah, unfortunate. Well, there was that one case at the beginning of this game where Phoenix lost his memories.
True.
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
What about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that it makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you're outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. And how do you know that? And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly. Or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you're not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where? And what? Okay. Oops. Oh, that was the end? Oh, I thought that was the end. Never mind. Oops. As expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm gonna pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. That is a phrase that you could use. I don't have any way to prove I'm right.
It's a good way to get a steak knife in his chest.
You know, it is. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Those were things that were added. Found in On Guard's hakama. What feels fishy? The moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove that I'm right. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him. I'm press it since we didn't get to press it. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back as Buddhist?
Maybe maybe she stabbed him in the chest.
Yeah.
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. It's the power 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, yep.
And please, stop slandering the witness.
As I expected. It's pretty solid, yep.
I don't know, it seemed pretty wishy-washy.
I had a feeling that was the murderer. Okay, what do we have? What do we have? We have a Nickel Samurai photo. Probably it's not gonna be it.
Francine had that certain Matt on guard, je ne sais quoi.
What?
It had that certain Matt on guard, je ne sais quoi.
Oh yeah, the picture?
No, but her statement about it having to have
Oh,
been Matt, but she
oh
doesn't
yes.
know why.
Yes, I see. It just felt right.
It's got that real Matt energy.
You know, because I've witnessed so many Matt murders before. As his
And
manager.
she's his manager.
Yeah.
It gets quite tiring, actually.
Having to clean up so much and brush so many things under the rug. Are you making noise? Oh, you're stretching.
What Juan was going to talk about.
I'm sorry, what?
It's what Juan was going to talk about.
Yes, sorry, I got
All the
distracted.
myriad murders.
My dog jumped down and went out, but he stretched out and he made this weird noise. I was like, what are you doing? And he was stretched. I'm like,
Yeah.
ah, that makes sense. Ah, okay. Press conference. The killer. But I don't think we have a time. I don't think it's a time for the killer. Soul Night the murderer. Article from the tabloid. Covered in his blood, found in on guard's Hakama. I don't think that's relevant. I also don't think that's relevant. I don't think that's gonna be important for this at the moment, at least. Strangled with a scarf, though, then stabbed with a knife. Does he have a scarf on? He does. Love this photo. That one teddy bear at the bottom is staring into my soul.
Second place is Blue Badger.
Not as bad. Not as bad as the blue badger. The blue badger, he's trying though. The blue badger is just, there's just something, there's a certain je ne sais quoi.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove that I'm right. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. The button was turned off of Matt during his fight with Matt. Or, that was turned off of Matt? From Matt. Turned off of Juan during his fight with Matt. How do you feel so certain about this, though? Both these statements feel subjective. But I don't know how to refute them.
The problem that I have with this statement is that while the threads prove the button was torn off, it doesn't prove when.
That is true. It doesn't prove when. Hmm. But must turn off of wandering his fight with Matt. That's so presumptuous. And of course she's probably filling in the blanks because there was a struggle. But it's presumptuous of who did it, and again, like you said, when it was done. Mia, you say it's wishy-washy, but maybe I'm just dumb. The moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove that I'm right. Didn't have an alibi. The butt was torn off. I'm his manager, so I felt I had to protect him. That's strange too, to me. Because like I said earlier, where it's like, why would she say that she felt she had to protect him whenever she was literally about to rat him out with Juan?
Unless conference was the guise for her to get a second nickel samurai costume on site.
Hmm. So I felt that I had to protect him. Miss Andrews. Unfortunately, I don't have the piece of evidence here that is standing out to my eyes, so why don't you go easy on me and help me throw me a bone? I don't know where to go with this. So when in doubt, cheat. Is this one when I found the body? I think so. When I saw, to be honest. One, two, three, four, five. No. When I saw, to be honest. Oh, there it is. Okay, protecting Matt. I was ahead of the game here. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence. What? One, two, three, four. The button was torn off. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence. Okay. Unforced statement. The button was torn. Why? I don't know what's going on. I think this is what we're supposed to present. Yeah, it was, indeed. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Well, let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it. Which would mean that it was ripped off the costume. When?
After the knife was stabbed into the victim.
Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body.
In what order? What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was thrown off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change?
Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did it serve?
What purpose?
We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
That's right. Does this mean... Does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it?
To have a memento of the crime. No. They've been on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is... Am I right? Who in the world is the real killer then? Mo the Clown.
He's come back.
Yep.
Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real
You can
killer.
see Woody the Woodpecker in the hallway.
What?
You hear Woody the Woodpecker in the hallway?
Edgeworth, you might have prepared your own witness today, but I've also prepared my own as well. I came prepared too, sir. The real killer. The person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard is... Must be Adrian?
Juan.
Juan?
Yep.
Because he definitely pulled that off his own body and put it on...
Strangled himself and then stabbed himself and then removed the button.
Yep, and planted it on Matt before coming back over to his room to be dead.
Yeah. As one does.
As one does. He just has a very, what's the word? A very, lively body before it becomes, before it succumbs to rigor mortis.
He had a lot of caffeine that day.
Yeah. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! You and Mr. Korea. You are Pokemon! Pikachu, I choose you. You are Mr. Korea's killer. What?
Another pair of glasses.
Gone.
Pokemon Phoenix Wright crossover when?
I'm sure someone's drawn that. It's too old for someone to not have drawn that. Plus, this was also like... This was also during the age of, like, when Pokemon was getting really big in America, so...
Yeah. Order! 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 Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence to support your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me! I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he'd already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion on the Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then... What about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. This lady's got top-notch vision insurance, right? She gets multiple glasses a year. Ugh.
God damn it.
Another one! Another one bites the dust. The only person who could have put this button to Mr. Onguard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap. Which is you! Yet again, Miss Andrews!
Hey, she. About the empty guitar case.
There's also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the scene of the crime. Now, who could have known that there was just a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrienne Andrews. No,
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. But that's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of the dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can be forced to can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. Law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination. By allowing the witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? You should know this, Phoenix. Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room. Adrienne Andrews! Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. Alright. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done?
What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? Where's your humors, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You've yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corita. But, Miss Andrews, you Did you want to kill Mr. Karita?
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove in either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No! She's taken that defiant attitude again! Mia! What should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
But that's not true!
In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do. That is declare recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow? We don't have it tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial!
What are you sweating for? The client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth! I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
It's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. I have 3 more witnesses. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true. Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination, however. If the topic of conversation was something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes? And?
I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice.
So my actions were unusual? But I've already...
Before you speak, I want you to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect.
Testify?
Your Honor, I'd like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness.
I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
When I found the body. That glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in a messy state. And Juan. He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
She poured that glass of juice to the victim. Pour one out for the homies. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I need to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. He figured out that something was up with Maya.
Hmm. You said the word Maya, and you seemed very frantic. Edgeworth ain't stupid here. There's very few times where he's gotten that stupid card pulled.
Yeah.
It's very perceptive. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you just wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you?
In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So, it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita?
I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence.
Hmm.
And then, what did you see next, witness?
Sitting over slumped in the corner. Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there, with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
She didn't think he was dead at all.
You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first. But then, the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he'd gotten into a fight with someone.
And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice.
Yes, he always had a hard time waking up. So Juan always had a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. And after that, what happened next?
He was dead, that's when I knocked a flower vase over. And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. I didn't notice the knife stuck out of his chest, though.
Right.
Or the blood that was pooling in it. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward.
You knocked the flower vase over. That's what happened.
Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides. And Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? Okay. Found next to the victim and filled with tomato juice bears Andrew's fingerprints. Glass is there, glass is there. The knife was sticking out of his chest. The guitar case wasn't open, supposedly till later, after she'd poured the glass of juice, supposedly for Juan.
Yeah. We just kind of glossed over that whole thing.
Just her pouring a glass of juice?
No, how he proved how the guitar case could not have been open at the time.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, alrighty.
You knocked over the vase. No problem.
Didn't pour for myself. I was surprised. He was sitting there slumped over tired looking in the corner of my something like that. Thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. I'm gonna present the crime scene photo because I don't think she could have not noticed that knife stuck out of his chest. It was golden.
Yeah.
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body?
Where's the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. That's... well, you see... I doubt a single person in the world will mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Your point is...
Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No.
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Madame Guard, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong.
Miss Andrews? Try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt! I swear it! He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I'll give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
There's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Madame Guard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
Now then, I'd like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Madame Guard. Damn it. Your Honor, prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. Let's put it off till tomorrow. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak about the absolute real truth.
It's worth you extended it. No, you extended it today for us, and now you're extending it to tomorrow? Like, you're contradicting yourself, sir.
Yeah. Absolute real truth. What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet?
Uh-huh.
I don't know who planted the silly idea in your head,
Ah.
but as long as you protect yourself for your silence, Madame Guard will go free, and in its place, you will become the guilty party.
That's a lie. I don't believe you.
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francisca von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly on the words of others. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is. Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt on guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what shall we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is to get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please. Someone help me.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
the court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right?
Wrong. Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Speak. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you were really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure. I'm flying by the seat of my pants every time I show up in court, Your Honor. Haven't you figured this out? Sure, Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong.
What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. But what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth! This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
What?
And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Stop. Please stop.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please! Please stop! I beg you! If people find out... I'll...
I'm going to say you would choose death. That is of no concern to me.
Edgeworth, how could you be so cold?
However, before you die... Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh!
I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me.
I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. Okay, before we get into this, I will have to run the hourly ad break, so we will be right back. Okay, we are back. Also,
Hello.
Ultimo, you're very impatient, aren't you? The rabbits just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Just so excited to see Michi again.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god! It was so loud. Oh my gosh. Ari would be proud of
I
you?
would be proud,
Why? Because they're rabbits? Or
because Arya kept throwing boxes at your head?
maybe? I don't know. I can't say whether or not Ari would be proud. I do not know.
Ari is only proud of fictional men.
That is true. Or she's proud of you whenever you also learn about said fictional men. I mean, maybe for that, but for the buns. Okay, all the rabbits, all the bongo rabbits. Bongo buns, that's probably what they called, bongo buns. Okay, let's get into it. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he'd fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume.
Stab the body with a knife? Why would you do that?
Thank you for the hydrate, Ultima. I'll be sure to take a drink of water. Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
But what do you mean by all this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but...
Hydration is definitely worth celebrating, but smacking me with that many boxes that loudly? Man, Ultimo. Do you want me to...
Yours could be 100 bears.
It could be. It could be.
Just making sure you don't get thirsty.
Yeah. Thanks.
Even though Genshin was yesterday.
Thanks. I appreciate Ultimo. Making sure I quench my thirst. Sorry, did you read this one?
Yeah, but I think you got hit with boxes at the same time.
Okay, that's probably why I don't remember it.
Concussions.
Concussions, memory loss. Or bits.
This is the truth. Apparently my roommate thought it was funny too.
The real killer is Matt! A scumbag of a man! I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again! Just like last time! Last time?
So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime.
What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shack and commence the cross-examination.
Okay. Alright, Adrian. Press everything, so we have all the information at our disposal. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? My dog also wants to join in on this cross-examination. Come in.
Bork.
What?
Bork.
Bork? Hold it! Hold it! My dog wants to join in too! He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I'd wake him up. I thought I'd wake him up and went up for the juice. That's new formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away that the murderer was Matt. I knew because one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt.
So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button.
The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. I made a mad dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Oops, that was the whole line. I was too into it. I was like, I'm ready to read. I am ready to read. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife? It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I use the button somehow, I can make Matt look even more suspect.
We thought to rip one of the buttons off and planted in Mr. Engarde's Akama.
Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they?
Perhaps she is really sure that he is dead from strangulation before doing all this.
Yeah! Yeah! You know, just making sure you're not just passed out, you know, it's just right into the chest.
Yep.
An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes. I took it from Global Studios. I also put it in Juan's guitar case that day before the award ceremony. Thank you for the honk, Ultimo.
You did some preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. Wrong one! You wanted to smack me with stuff, you didn't want to honk at me! He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That... I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room, planted the button?
Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word, what does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt on guard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess of what I can read and speak. She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. And if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. Cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let her go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. Prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
But Maya, though...
That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Resounding gavel slam. What? Oh, it's like afterwards. Today's trial. It's over. I didn't win an acquittal.
Goodness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth. What is it?
Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. Card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it?
Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room?
That day?
Yes. Oh. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body.
I probably should have left it there.
It was lying there right next to him. You found that card? Next to the victim's body? Oh my god. We're busy, Ultimo. I'll look at your attorney's badge in a second here. We're looking at a pink shell card. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card, if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why.
Witness, that card. Give it to me, hurry!
Edgeworth?
Like looks low. Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time.
I didn't mean to. What is all this about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? To be continued. Ooh. Yes, I would love to save. Do you want to keep going, Soph?
I can.
How late you want to go tonight?
Could probably go another hour or so, depending on how you're feeling.
Okay, yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling much better than when I started, so
Yeah.
I feel quite normal. I was just making sure because I know work and stuff. I wasn't sure when you might need to be asleep. What a climax! I know, right?
I know Phoenix Wright is exciting, but you don't need to climax ultimately.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Ultimo! Yes, I'm taking a drink of water. I was already doing that before you said so. I drink
What's
water
that?
when I
A
get
Jew
angry.
of a shop broke into our office.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I take a drink of water when I'm anxious. That's one of my I can't speak. Oh, I'm stuttering like hell. I wouldn't, oh my lord, redeem. You wouldn't, oh my lord, redeem. You don't even need an oh my lord, redeem. Whenever you say things like that, the oh my lord just comes out automatically. I'm clipping that? Oh gosh. Oh man, look, there's a cheat of a show that's broken into the office.
We need to get you to a point where you can use your model so you can do like blushing and stuff.
I know, I really want to set that up, but I think it's my webcam absolutely hates me because it even does it on Kyo streams for Kyo. So I think that's what it is. I don't think it's VC face necessarily because I've got stuff and I want to use the new model that I've been tweaking on because it's so cute. I love it. But
Yeah.
every time I try to use it, it's always technical difficulties I have to disconnect the camera, reconnect it, wait for it to come back online, and then close VC face and hope that VC face redetects it again since I've unplugged it. And it's just a nightmare. So I've been using PNG for the meantime. Michi really had a keyboard smash moment. I did. I keyboard smashed with my mouth. Gosh damn it. But yes, maybe one day if I can find a cheap webcam, because it seems like this one webcam that I have is not cutting. It's not, what's the word? I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm still out of it. I don't know. It's not good. Oh my gosh. Hi, I see your attorney's badge. All right, this is a good time. I did say I would look at it in just a minute. Okay. But yes, I would love to have the 3D model used again, and I want to do redeems for different outfits eventually. And then not only that, but like blushing and reaction and having more than just 2 expressions would be great. The smile and open mouth.
So just the goal is to make her blush for entire Ace Attorney streams.
Oh my gosh. Y'all go.
What was the face from yesterday? Kawaii desu.
Kawaii desu. Oh, you guys gonna kill me. Y'all gonna kill me.
Hey, it could have been worse. I could have leaned into the mic.
You could. That is true, and I'm glad you didn't. Thank you for that.
I don't want her to end stream early.
Oh man, you're like, I'm feeling great. Thanks for asking. So I feel so much better than when I started. So I'm like, oh gosh.
Also, no, this is my service to you because I actually can't hear her laugh most of the time.
It's unfortunate. Discord hates laughter.
It really does. Honk.
All the honks. Time to honk.
Honk honk.
Honky honk honk. Okay.
I'll honk your honk.
What?
I don't know.
I don't know if I want to know what that means.
When you're older.
When you're older. Yes, because I'm definitely not well above the age of adulthood.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not well above the age of adulthood, and definitely don't know about saucier things.
No, huh? You only stay on the Christian parts of the internet.
Yep, say so VTuber right here.
Fanfic? I don't even know what that means.
What does that mean?
Yeah, oi, is that some kind of restaurant?
Sounds Asian. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue so I don't sit here and stutter over myself for the next hour. Oh man, off to bed? Alright, good night, Ultimo. Thanks for stopping by. That was super funny though. Yeah, you would think that was super funny. You like to watch me suffer.
If you hated it that much, you would not be inviting me in more streams.
That is true, but still. So you'd still like to watch me suffer. And I must just be masochistic because I keep inviting you back. I don't know, Ultimo. Go to bed, Ultimo. Good night. Oh, March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Wright and Cola offices. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. I'm not... Well... Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up! We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So... Oh my... So, what have you... I glance over at chat and I see a bunch of hydrates. I said true sweet dreams of pasta.
I didn't hydrate.
No, I see a bunch of hydrates. I see your message with all the hydrates.
I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking to characters.
Thanks, so.
You're welcome. Here, you can have a break while I am come shoot.
Go for it. I'm
Question
probably gonna
mark,
have to
man.
respond to you, though.
Hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal.
Mr. Scruffy Detective! Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe. Has
Yeah.
been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now.
I thought you were gonna leave it at looks like Detective Gumshoe.
Yep, you got
yeah?
that right. Good job, Phoenix. You have recognition. Good job. You remembered.
Did you get hit with a fire extinguisher again?
It's okay. We can play the da 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 sound for you, and hopefully it'll come back.
Just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. And I came to talk to you, pal. I'm a defense attorney now.
Look at me with my cardboard attorney badge here. It's just like yours. We're kind of busy right now. I guess we'll talk though. The future. So what are you gonna do from now on?
What do you mean, pal?
Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet?
Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday.
What are you talking about? You don't have another payday.
Guess that just means I'm gonna have to work here at your place, pal.
Say what?
You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. Got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Can we afford that?
I don't know if we can afford that. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish?
Instant noodles, pal.
Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods?
That's the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. I thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Anders killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
Because of him doing that, we got the truth finally.
The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there was something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing.
You mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she want to... No. I mean, almost need to frame Mr. On Guard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all. I said all day, excuse me. Wrong line.
Then you're saying that testimony was a lie?
Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edward would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick! Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning?
Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal.
But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edward said that she was in stable condition, but...
Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay, and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital.
Which one?
What? You gonna go visit her, pal?
Yes, we need to go harass her now. No, well... I was kind of thinking about it.
Hey, you've actually got it hard, don't you? I was gonna punch her in the shoulder. She looks like she's being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. Well, maybe be good for her to, if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Oh gosh! Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick! No, I'm definitely not going.
Let's see. The name of the hospital? Where? The Huddy Clinic.
That name sends a chill down my spine.
Poor lass.
Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Let's go to the Hottie Clinic. March 22nd. Hottie Clinic? Reception. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Oh dear. Hello, sir. Yes. I was him. I think I was him. I remember being someone weird. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Why are you still here? Yes. What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie! Oh, excuse me. Wrong person. Edgeworth.
His voice cracked, that's all.
He's still going through puberty, don't worry. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes. What is it?
Director, Franziska. How's Franziska von Karma?
You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that surgery, it went well.
You have my gratitude. And Edward.
Looks like Edward doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all, And when when I snuck up on her real secret, like, she would scream really loud. Yes.
I see.
But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip, Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes. But I think I could get used to it. Yeah.
And he's dead.
Go back to your room. You're so mean, So mean, my frisky friska. That's good too. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes.
Margarita 4.
Margarita 4! Time for your Margarita 4, quote unquote, Mr. Director. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here.
How did the bullet get through your shoulder pad?
I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case.
It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having cleaned up after you, and that irresponsible deal you made.
I think I know what deal he's referring to. Let's talk about it. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? Looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective: to find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me...
What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Hi, Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Everybody, one at a time now. Line up, everybody. Everybody wants to talk to Phoenix Wright. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? It was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far...
Ah, but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is the garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural.
And by the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you.
Witness, that card, give it to me! Hurry! You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time.
That card. What in the world is it?
You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years. If you know of it.
I understand.
The task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer. Assassin. At the best, at that.
An assassin? Picture card added to the court record. So who is this Shelley the Killer?
The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name.
So, because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them?
He has a habit of making sure to leave the card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is part of his duty to his clients.
His duty?
He leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients.
I see.
The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this one honorable assassin with a moral conscience.
I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin... You think he's the one who did the killing in this case?
It would appear that way. Discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree?
Shelley the Killer, huh?
I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Something the matter.
I guess... I should just tell him. Maya... She's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal.
I see. I had no idea. I'll prepare a rescue team as soon as possible, and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick...
There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way.
Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrido was killed by Shelley the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt on guard. Your own client.
Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that.
I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it?
The updated autopsy report.
Gosh damn it!
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only. As we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley the Killer. If you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you into it.
Letter of introduction added to the court record. Oh, thanks for the letter of introduction, Edgeworth.
But now we have to present it back to him.
Gosh damn it.
In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I feel... Excuse me.
Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin?
No way. I mean,
Yes, but
he doesn't have a psyche lock.
Yeah, I guess not.
Maya. Please. All I ask is you make it home safe and sound. Date? Time? Location?
I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court.
Oh gosh, Maya.
Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around.
Let's move. Who knows where we are?
Or when?
Or when? We could be in an entirely different year. Oh, what is this place? There's a cat door! I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. What is this? There's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. Is that Celeste?
That's my first thought.
It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. Added to the Maya court record. That's weird. What's a figure doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear? Oh, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? Cat flap. Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through here.
Too many burger.
Too many burger. Oh hey! It's a computer! I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. What is this thing? An antenna? I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what's an antenna doing here? This is likely...
This simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
He is?
For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. You cannot. There are ways in which I can help you.
Ways? You mean...
Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct?
Dead!
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting, I am an assassin.
No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin.
People are not always who they appear to be.
Nick!
And that peeked out on Discord. Or you just didn't bother with it.
I did say it. I didn't think that would peak. I didn't like go ham with that one at all either. I just literally said Nick and then extended my for a minute. Discord did not like that. No cries for help. No joy. March 22nd, 7:04 p.m. Hardy Clinic, reception. Mr. Nick? Oh yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth's left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Let's go talk to our defendant.
Dude.
Dude. March 22nd, Detention Center and Visitors Room.
I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today.
I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the...
You Miss Wright, you say? Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you.
A message?
From Matt on guard. Here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden?
Me, I'm the murderer. Ah, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Sho. Sho?
Probably just Shoe.
I don't know why I thought Sho. I didn't put a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Sho for me, dude? Shoei?
Shoei.
That's just a little ways from the hotel, alright?
This is terrible! Let's hurry! We have to feed his cat! I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into pocket. Client's request is request. I guess I should go check up on his cat.
Is Maya locked up in his house?
It might be. Where did we go, though?
Hotel?
Just a little ways. Okay, from the hotel. Oh, hotel. Oh. March 22nd. Deepwater Hotel. Hotel lobby.
Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake.
Oh no.
You shall not pass. God damn it.
Mrs. Oldbag!
Don't devalue my name and turn it into gas, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Oh, I did get a piece of gum from my G-boy, just as he promised. Oh no, here we go again.
Oh no! It's all your fault you awakened the wild beast within this old bag? Oh my gosh, old bag, calm down.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat.
Miss Oldback.
Keep your hands off me. Someone is airtight. No airs gets in and no air gets out.
Oh, perfect. Please keep that on for the entirety of the rest of our conversation. Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't you think you can get me to move with silly questions? You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this. We'll come back later. We gotta go feed a cat. March 22nd, On Guard Mansion, living room.
Mansion.
Sure it's dark.
I'll go turn on a light.
Wow. Wow. So this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu the kitty cat. Shu!
So I guess this is Shu.
Oh, what a lovely cat! Hello, Shu.
The cat seems like pearls.
Pardon me. May I help you with something, Mr.
Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer.
The Masters? Then you must be Mr. Wright.
Yes?
Ah, it is a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe.
Nice to meet you. Talk about Matt. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ungard, right?
Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs.
Hmm. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence?
Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate to speak for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs.
You know, I would have thought Mr. Arngard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got here.
It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shu. He's a feet man.
He's a foot fetishist. And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat and its affairs.
I was waiting for that. Oh, man. Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away.
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
Oh, we should probably get going ourselves.
Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law.
But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all.
Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Bye, Shu. Okay, we're about to hit the hour mark here, and I also need to use the restroom, so I'm going to take a break here and be right back. Okay. Let's look around first, because there's a cat flap here.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. On-Guard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shu?
The door. It's locked tightly. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering in.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air!
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal, and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow!
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad.
Unless you're a wizard.
Unless you're a wizard. A biker wizard. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today?
Bruh. Feel that.
Kamparu.
Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
You looked at everything? Oh, not that.
There are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. Maya, don't pick that up.
I'm just borrowing it.
Don't pick that up.
Shut your mouth.
They wouldn't know one's missing, Nick.
Alright, back to you.
Ha! You're 1,000,000 light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper.
This is the only way I'm going to get any investigating done. Is to first do something about this kooky alien.
Phoenix didn't even catch the issue there.
Huh?
Light years aren't a measurement of time.
Ah, yes. That is true. Look at my eternity's back. Oh. There you go. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. This old bag. If you would look at...
What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... edgy poo?
Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amore I smell? Ugh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct this investigation?
Oh my gosh.
Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly?
That's his hang up?
What?
That's his hang up?
Yeah, that is your hang up?
That man's good at flattery. I thought she made that up. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand?
Letter of introduction given to Miss Oldbag.
I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook.
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edward.
That may be, but you know nothing's going to come from it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow! Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. The return! Ah! What now?
One little thing before I forget. You can't go in the on-guard's room today.
Why?
The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there. Someone putting there in your face the rather wimpy old bag.
Right, let's get moving then.
She had to go take an edgy poop.
She had to go take an edgy poop. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Vile Hall. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer.
Where's Powers during all this?
You know? I wouldn't necessarily want to be a part of this either. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, hallway. Hey, city boy! Lotta, you're still here. Written course! An investigative photographer eats her stars on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen.
But, do you have a camera?
Rick Given! Photographer's gotta have cameras out like ears like... Oh my gosh. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth. Do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Here. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? Are you really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in the hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. All a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop. With a few of them, too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. Also, might I say, soda pop. Soda pop is not the word of choice for someone from the South. But it's okay, I'll let this slide.
The security lady also wasn't in the hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote. Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about on guard shoving his manager lady on the corridor? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Oh, look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind.
Whatever came to mind.
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooders.
Yeah, bulldoopers.
Bulldooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, why you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking or am I just shrinking here?
Oh,
my baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red coat prosecutor anyway? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me! Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're the red coat's friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work?
Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid for cover without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you then.
And you too there, little un. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picked about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it to me right away.
Would you please just leave already? Bye, Lotta.
It's homework?
What?
What's homework?
Mr. Nick, what is homework?
Okay, let's go into Karita's room. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Karita's hotel room.
It's the bears.
It's the bears. They've become sentient.
Oong. 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 Oong.
Mr. Nick! What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning?
Oong. Oong.
Evil ghost! I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon?
That was weird. Excuse me. Watch who you calling a demon, brat.
Zoinks! It's an alien Scoob!
Who you calling an alien?
Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What's wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to the poor Juan, and you're disturbing me.
I thought we lost you. I thought we sent you off. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face.
With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it.
Now, hold on a sec. There, you little pipsqueak. You're gonna take notes. At least make me sound better than that.
Oh, alright.
Now I've seen everything.
You know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. It's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night.
I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Karita.
He was the most popular star. You know, especially where it counts. In my book. What does that mean?
I'm not going to ask. I don't want to know. But I heard that he was lagging behind the polls against Mr. On Guard.
Well, that's just the recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he's gonna become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look at his mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans have for him.
Yeah, the mountain's pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
Presents. They're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Karita's presents are from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of Wanda without thinking about bears.
Bears. Why bears?
You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
Wow! What a heartwarming story!
Plot twist. It wasn't actually a grizzly, it was just a big burly gay man. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuck it out. Down by the river going, hey, you sure can fight. You too, bub. You too. And then they make out.
Did all that really happen?
It's in his biography, bub. Bub?
What This is a new evolution. What a load of crock.
Ever since then, fans have been giving him bears presents.
Yeah. Nice. Bears. Oh god! Don't scare me! Oh, why did that scare me? I saw it coming too! Why did it scare me?
That's terrifying.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't as loud on my end, so...
Oh, I'm sorry. It was loud on your end?
Was not.
It was not. It wasn't that loud on my end either. It was just, I guess, the noise in itself spooked me. And then anytime the camera pans, it's always like a real sudden reveal for me that it just... Having the camera pan and all of a sudden having a roar in my ears, even though it wasn't loud, it startled me. Because
Yeah.
even whenever we just camera pan and there's just a normal person there that's not even jump scaring me, it jump scares me sometimes.
I think you got jump scared by, like, Penny, the unassuming...
I think I did get jump
assistant
scared by
people.
Penny at one point. I think Gumshoes jump scared me at some point. Penny's jump scared me just from panning over to the other half of the room. I was like, God damn it!
Yeah. Well, I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock.
What is that infernal racket?
It's one of the pheasants going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
That startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second. Me too, Phoenix. Me too. Oh no, I wasn't startled. I was method acting. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello? Hello?
This is not a phone.
Maya! How is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you?
It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it seemed my present did you no good.
No! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! One more day. Please, all I ask for is one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time. Please.
I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all.
Please. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright.
Alright. Then... a little...
What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello?
It seems... bad. Snakes. Connect.
Snakes! That's the snakes! Damn it! The transceiver did suddenly break?
Yeah, excuse me.
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. All in front of Old Bag.
Old Bag was shooting it with her laser gun.
Man, why are you interfering, old bag? This is a matter of life and death. This is a matter of life and death. Okay, you know what? This is probably a good place to stop, considering we've almost hit that hour mark that you said you wanted to stop at.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and save here. Boom. We have saved. And it's 11:30, so it doesn't look like nope, nobody's online to raid. So I'll just end it here to make this easy, because I don't want to go searching for someone tonight. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight. That's what we're doing for Ace Attorney this week. Thank you, Soph, for coming to hang out as usual as well.
Yeah.
Always real fun.
Might be able to wrap this up next week.
We potentially could wrap this up next week. I do see we can finish. This is the end of the second game, yeah?
Yeah.
So we're slowly but steadily getting there. Slowly but steadily. But yeah, so thank you everyone for coming to watch. So let's see here. Today is Thursday. Next time I'm streaming, technically what I have scheduled is Saturday 8:30 p.m. Central for some Star Rail, since we do our Star Rail Saturdays. But I kind of want to do more Genshin. So depending on how I'm doing tomorrow, we might do a Genshin stream tomorrow night. Probably somewhere around 6:30 p.m. Central or so, depending. I'm not quite sure. Or we might do it earlier on Saturday. So keep an eye out for that. I'll announce it on Twitter if I do end up doing that. Just as an impromptu thing. But I do not want to. What's the word? I commit to it because I'm not sure if I'll even do it, to be honest. I might be too tired. But yeah, and speaking of Twitter, if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can find it linked in the panels below. I post my schedule for the week. I also post when I'm going live and all the little bits and bobs, like any impromptu streams I might do as well. Yeah, you should totally go follow Soph, who I'm linking in the chat right now. Soph is pretty darn cool, so go give him some love over there as well. And I think I've covered my bases here. I've said everything that is needed to be said. So yeah, we'll finish it off here for tonight. So thank you again for watching, and I will see you next time we're streaming. So until then, goodbye, good night.